Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot because this is
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring?
Hello, no, it doesn't. It does not.
Yes, we've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
Oh, we need the mic.
it's really cool.
The speaker now is connected, so we get the voice from there.
I don't think you want to get it from there. That's the mic. The mic should be that one.
The one?
Hello. The camera is connected. The camera has a mic. You are linked to the
Understand? It's not 50 here. So people like let's hear it from here. I'm going to hear This is a speaker. This is for listening. The mic is more important.
The thing is, you are coming from here, the audio is coming from the camera.
And the whole
If we put to the default mic, then I think that there is
something the camera isn't perfect. Look at this. Look at this part. Okay. If I am here, is it still moving?
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Why? Not this.
Yeah, but I think that's what the mic should be though.
Yeah, I understand, but the people online
Phone's
would
gonna
not.
ring?
Maybe this one is recording the mic, but the
Yes,
people online.
we've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent.
So should we just pick the built-in mic then?
English,
Because
okay? And now we can
audio
continue
device
to
virtual, I don't know what that is. I think it's for
To
using
be honest,
Teams.
it's more important if we make this microphone not in the camera, but connect it to the laptop. So the laptop can use it as a mic.
I know.
Any technical reason?
I think you got a point there, but the thing is this device has two. No, it only has two. It has one for power and one for I hope the battery lasts, which is right.
We can find another USB.
But
You have to take this as well.
to find out, I'm thinking that it's gonna be cheaper.
That's it out, okay.
What we need for it. Oh, I need to think it because you know it's gonna have to be an out. And it's only analog. He was supposed to be checking that.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is
From here, find anything moving in the bar from here. It's okay. It doesn't help.
Number 9 or 20.
Hey, we have a small thing that we need to check.
Yes, we've got a person. We got one. Give them a round of applause.
If you have this mic connected to the
But
camera,
now most of you think you're from Greece,
But how
so
will
I don't
they
have to
see?
pretend that I have an accent. I can
you know,
speak
and I thought
Greek
the
English.
PC would be picking up whatever the camera
And
is.
now we can continue
No.
Saying that's
to...
what we
The PC now is using it as a webcam, but it doesn't pick up the audio from the camera.
Yes, I understand. This thing doesn't.
Are they ending the first talk then?
5-7 minutes. I think.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 or 20. Whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person. We got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent. But now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English. And now we can continue to...
The compact system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
The camera is picking it all.
We're using the live feed, but it's picking up here.
Because it picks up from the laptop, not from this.
Oh,
You are speaking to the laptop, so it picks
So
up.
no, but hang on, he's picking it up there. That's it's the
yeah, this one, ZV.
Let me see. This one? Exactly.
No, but we have to. Yeah, I can see here. But,
I mean,
You are talking to the laptop. It is picking up from this laptop.
no, but you look, we have set in the software. We set up so it picks up the software picks up this mic. ZV is the camera.
mute your mic. Just a second, just mute it.
Okay.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the one.
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks, man.
Go, let's
I've been trying to tell you this, but I don't quite sure.
No, you said it's a default one.
No, it's not default. It's the camera. So
Okay, yeah.
in the camera.
My bad. Okay. Sorry.
Unless we have somebody online listening,
Yes.
we don't know.
Yeah, we needed to make sure because this is going to be the recording later.
Now,
Now
we
with
lost
some
you.
accent. But now
Yeah,
most of you
content.
think you're
So
from
now we
Greece,
put
so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak
like this.
Greek
Go
English.
there.
Okay.
And now we can continue
I need to
to...
refrain it because you shoot at the camera.
So what we can do, another thing,
Hey, Abdul. How are you? It's okay, Abdul. لينا نعمل أول توك وبقية اليوم مع بعض بقى.
this is we will start. minute, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. So I said, tell working, actually put it over and last day. Because yeah, that's fine. Anyway, right. So, maybe we can do an introduction while we are waiting for this, and then 14 we start 22. So because we're gonna be later.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're behind
Okay.
schedule anyway. So you will start now?
I
let's
definitely had a blast and would recommend.
Just wait for people to know where is focus from, because people don't know where is focus from.
we're gonna make an announcement from the MC in the other room.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll do before.
Just give it like
Okay.
5 minutes or something. Okay?
But we're ready.
Yeah, we are more than ready.
Oh. Yes, we've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The combat system, the barrier control. So it's quite complex.
Thank you. It's really cool. I also learned a lot.
And now, clap your hands.
Definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 or 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh. Yeah. We've got a person.
with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English.
We start in 2 minutes.
Okay, fine.
We're here. It's really cool. I also learned a lot.
The fridge is full of water if you need any. Yeah, thanks. I'm okay. عادي الحمد لله. عبد الرحمن جاي الله يسلمك. عبد الرحمن جاي بس لازم نزينها في مصر. أربية كده. اديله الفيزا نفس اليوم بتاع الكونفرنس. فما عرفش يسافر غير بالليل. هو جاي الصبح. المفروض يكون جاي دلوقتي. هو مقدم عليها من شهر ولا حاجه اتقبل بس هو قال لهم انا عندي توك في اليوم الفلاني ادوها له في نفس اليوم اغبياء جدا يعني ايوه لينا نتكلم بعد الدور
definitely had a blast and would
Nice.
recommend coming to this
The room is
event
getting
the next
bigger,
time it's
bigger.
on.
So-
I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 or 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Yes, we've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English. Okay. And now we can continue to
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also
Now, clap your hands.
Yeah, I don't think we have to wait like a minute or. I'm fine. Just born radio and let's do it. And I think more people are coming, or that's it. Yeah, some people are still finding where is the focus room. So I did the same in the morning. So someone asking me, I asked about the focus room, and they said behind the vending machine.
There is
Definitely had a blast. I would recommend coming.
There's more here.
2 more chairs here, 2 more chairs here, and I
I'm not
think
sure when
there's
they'll
one
be
more
next,
spot.
but
No, one more chair.
really good event
One more
to
here.
meet people.
Feel free to move a bit to the side if that chair does not have enough space. That's fine.
Number 9 or 20?
Yeah, you can sit here if you want. If you want, it's okay. If you prefer standing,
We got a
fine.
person, we got winners.
There's one chair and another one chair over there.
With some accent.
Anyone interested?
And now, most of you think you're from
It
Greece,
might be
I don't
easier
have to
if you
pretend
guys
that I
want
have
to
an
just like
accent.
Shift yourself here.
Greek English. Okay. And now we can continue to
There's 2 chairs over there as well. People, I would like you to be comfortable because it's a hard to digest talk. So please, if you can sit, that would be great. Otherwise, it's okay if you prefer to stand.
Alright, I think we're ready to start. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Milos and I'm one of the organizers for Cityjs conferences. Really warm welcome for the first ever conference in Berlin. I hope that you guys enjoying it. We already had one talk. Chris Hellman, like the local guy, he's always really interesting and does always really good talks. I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope you can enjoy the rest of the day. Currently, we have Matt talking about how to build an adaptive web application. Please, warm welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt.
Off to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Medhat, and today I'm going to talk about how to build an adaptive web application. So how many of you are working in web? Yes, sure. Okay, so I'm in the right room, which is great. I will start with a short story about my weird relationship with Berlin. I came here only twice, this time and another one in January. And the first time I came here, it was in the 5th of January. And I remember that day. I booked the flight like 4 months earlier. And in the exact same day of the conference I was coming to, there is workers' strike in the airport. And I had to come from Amsterdam, because I'm based there, by train. I said, what? Okay, it's a coincidence. It's okay. And I booked this one like a month ago for coming here. And another coincidence happened. Yesterday, there's a storm, and I had to come again by train. What's so weird is that in the 2 coincidences, one day before and one day after, everything is normal. But only for me, I have to come with train. So I spent like 10 hours coming here, so I hope you will enjoy today's talk. Cool. Just a little bit about myself. My name is Medhat Dawood. I'm a senior software engineer working for Miro. Who know Miro? Great. And I'm a Google developer expert as well in web performance. And if you like what you will see today, hopefully, you can just follow me on this handle on Twitter or X and find more posts about the same topic or performance in general in my blog. So speaking about Miro, who here likes swags? Okay, now I'm in the wrong room. Okay, feel free to treat yourself with some stickers or 30 packs out there if you didn't already. And yeah, let's go back to business. So in performance, we have a cycle usually if you have a problem in performance. So it starts usually from measuring performance issues, fixing them, and finally repeat. Every time you find a problem, measure, fix, repeat. And by time, you're getting better and better in performance. So it always starts from performance. It was getting chilly. Okay. Starting from measuring performance, we have two ways for doing that. The first one is called lab data or synthetic data, which is usually with Lighthouse. I hope everyone know Lighthouse. And with that, you can do all the recommendations about, smaller images and, load list data and do all the optimizations known. And you can get easily to that. And people are bragging about that on Twitter usually. But I am telling you, don't believe this data, because this data, do you know this meme? This MF in the back is not real. So don't follow this. So it's time for us to measure real data, which is called as well RAM or field data. RAM is real user monitoring, because one size doesn't fit everyone. So you might have like 99% on the performance in Lighthouse, but when you go to the field data, you find it, no, it's not 99, it's not even 80 or something. So given that you have field data, you can measure the core web vitals and see how you're doing in different devices and in different user conditions. And you know as well the distribution of the devices, whether it is a phone or a desktop, and how people are perceiving that. So you can get better decisions on that. Because performance in general is not an easy thing. Optimizing performance for only 1 second, believe me, it might take sprints to only optimize for 1 second. And also you can get information about from which connection users are joining. It's 4G, 3G, and some people from 2G. Happens to me yesterday. So we need to optimize for these people. Performance is actually all about accessibility. So we need the web to be accessible to everyone. Given that you have all this information, you need now to let's plan for the user variables. As I said earlier, if you get 99% in performance, you get all the generic recommendations of performance. But there's some changes that different users are going to have. So these changes are coming with surprises, because web is full of challenges, actually. You will never know from which screen size user will join, from which internet connection they will join, from which browser, and even from the same browser, from which version they are going to join, and what is supported, was not, and from which hardware they are going to join. This is very important to optimize for them. Again, one size doesn't fit everyone. You can have 99%, but different users with different conditions might be different. So you have two solutions for that. The first one is to build application for the least conditions or guaranteed conditions. So you find out that, okay, the least conditions, people joining from slow 3G and featured phone and small devices and so on. And from there, it can work everywhere, because people with better devices and better internet connection most probably wouldn't suffer from that, which is okay. But this is the lowest user experience. I believe, yeah, we have seen a lot of websites are scoring very high in performance, but actually the user experience is not really good. The other solution is to build it adaptive for the user changes, which is also known as progressive enhancements, okay? So build it for the least condition, but progressively you can just add more features as the user can and would do. So here's 5 variables that is happening to the user. Device screen sizes, browser support, user preferences, and hardware, and finally the internet connection. We will go through one by one and say some tips that you can do in order to just make this built website fit for everyone, adapt for them. So starting from device screen sizes. This is the one that is most common, and I think everyone is doing, responsive design. So the smallest size or unit in any web application is component. You need to make any component to be just liquid, like water, or like cats. Cats also are liquid. So if you build it, that liquid, you can fit everywhere. You're adapting. So the user checking even from Apple Watch, they can still see your website. I don't recommend that, but they can. So using media queries, you can do that with a screen, different sizes, and viewport, and Shameless Plug, that's my website. Still, you can make it accessible to everyone. So everyone from different sizes can see different experience, but still accessible. So using media query was checking for the viewport width, but you can also use something called the container query. Anyone know it? Awesome, some people. So now you're depending not on the viewport, you're depending on the container width. And surprise, surprise, it is already supported in all major browsers, so you can use it today. That gives your component more liquidity, so you can adapt more. A different thing that you can do as well, if your images in this in your website is uploaded by the user, you can use something like Sharp or Image Magic. Using that, you can get one image and resize it whatever the size you want and serve it on demand. Using, you just send the width and height and it comes back. And if you don't want to do that, you can use some service like Cloudinary or do-it-yourself with Thumper that you can serve yourself on your website. Another thing is to serve responsive images. And if you're using, I'm not sure, how many of you using React? Yeah, that's a great majority. So if you're using React or using Next.js, you will find that there is a component that is already introduced called image component. This image component is more or less doing that. It's getting the image, and because Next.js in particular is mostly hosted on Vercel, it is a service that gets one image and create different sizes and serve them on demand. So you have something called source set that you can do it yourself, of course, and you give different sizes of the same image and serve them based on the screen size. This is somehow adaptability. You're adapting to what the user need. This way, you're saving a lot of megabytes instead of serving, high resolution image everywhere, which is great for desktop with high performance. This doesn't work for feature phone and with 2G or 3G connection. So try this out. So using that, actually, we mitigated a little bit how we can adapt for the screen size. And this is very common. I think all the things I said, very obvious. Let's get into a less obvious stuff that you can do. So browser support. If you are serving any media in your website, videos or images, starting from videos, you need to support new extensions that might be of help. Just more compressed, still okay quality, like WebM, which is more compressed, better quality for people who has feature phones or less connection. And also for images, you can serve different extensions like Aviv. Anyone know Aviv? It's a relatively new extension, but now there's JPEG XL as well that you can use. I didn't mention JPEG XL, but go check it out. Why you need to do different feature versions of the image? Because it's not supported everywhere. So you are now doing something called graceful degradation. It is opposite of the progressive enhancement. You are aiming for the best browser ever that is supporting everything, but you're falling back to WebP, which is fully supported now, and falling finally back to JPEG, which is of course supported everywhere. Why you do that? Because, for example, this is an image which is in 3 different versions, JPEG, WebP, and Aviv. They are pretty much similar, but the JPEG is 48 kilobyte, the Aviv is 23 kilobyte. You're saving a little bit. Doing that because, for example, Edge out of the major browsers is not supporting Aviv yet. So you are aiming now of most people, most of your users are using Chrome, you're still giving them better experience. But for people using Edge, you can serve WebP or JPEG and still getting the same experience. You can always check for available features as well, like geolocation, for example, and do some stuff with it. And if it's not available, we still would like to serve the core functionality for the user. So you fall back, make a bullet fill yourself or serve a different experience. The most important thing is to give the same user experience, or at least the core experience for the user. You can use as well CSS supports. Do you know who knows supports? Have you used it before? Okay, you know it, not using it. Okay, clear. So for this one, you can check for support for some selectors. For some of the selectors are not available everywhere. So for example, this support, if it's not supporting the colon has thing, which is not supported, fully supported yet, you can check. If it's supported, you do the what's above, which is not going to be working if it's not supported. And if it's not supported, just make selection in a different way and support a different experience. Support select in itself, which is checking for supports, is fully supported. And in which, I can see it in a different way. So it's fully supported in major browsers. Of course, IE is deprecated, but everywhere it's supported. So don't stop yourself. You can do it and serve better experience, or at least you can make a concise way of doing the same thing. I'm working for Miro, as I said, and we at Miro as well are using something called off-screen canvas to enhance the performance of the canvas. And we, surprise, surprise, Safari is not supporting it fully. So some features in that we are checking as well the same way. Is it supported? Yes. Okay, use it. Is it not? Okay, we are serving it with a polyfill or a completely different experience. So it's okay if you're using Safari to have less performant website. It's fine. So we can just adapt to the user. So this way, the browser support is also mitigated. You can just make it adaptive more. So let's move on for a small one, which is user preference. I'm not sure if everyone is aware of that, but in any user OS right now, you can do some preferences. So you can prefer to have like a dark mode. You can prefer to have less motion. You can, say less transparency, and mostly for elderly people as well, they are doing that because they cannot, notice animations or notice transparency. It's not clear for them to have much, contrast using transparency. Okay, so you can set that, and you never know. This is one of the variables. You never know what is your user doing. What is their preferences? So you need to adapt for that as well, using some media queries. So the first one is mostly known, which prefers color scheme dark. So using that, if you're supporting light mode, dark mode, you have also a button, but you can check if the user prefers the dark mode anyway, switch it to dark. This is useful, okay? This is not performance thing, but this is better user experience since the prefers the dark mode. Another thing is reduced motion. Reduced motion is checking if you have a lot of animation and the user prefer less motion. Inside this media query, you can just disable motion, disable animation. This wouldn't take anything from the business goal, but it will have a better user experience and people will not be frustrated from a lot of animation happening and they cannot pick it up. Another thing is prefers reduced data. This is very interesting because this one, the user can set as well, opt-in for reduced data. For some countries, there's limited amounts of data that they can serve. And they don't want to just open the website and get the whole data altogether and you're out of internet. So if the user opted in for reduced data, this way you can just load less background or no background at all. You can do some stuff, you can, anything heavy that is running in the background, but this is especially for CSS, you can just remove it. Some people are using videos even as a background. Remove it. People would like to reduce the amount of data. I'm talking about the JavaScript part later on about reduced data as well. If they prefer reduced transparency, you can just simply give different transparency level or no transparency at all based on that. Those two in particular are affecting performance. So motion and animation for a featured phone is taking too much from the memory of your user's device. So if they prefer that, they might opt in for reduced animation to get less memory. So the application or the mobile phone might operate better. And reduced data is affecting as well because you are downloading a lot of things. They might do that because they have limited amount of internet. So better user experience to have a look into that. Prefer reduced data is actually not supported yet. I'm sorry, but you have to know about it. The other one that I'm going to talk about is supported, but for CSS prefers, it's not supported yet. However, reduced motion, you can do it today. It's fully supported for all major browsers, so do it today. So now, user preference, you're adapting as well to user preference. Next is reduced the device CPU and RAM. This is very important. And maybe you are familiar with that meme, that Chrome is usually eating your RAM, right? Oh, yes. Everyone like that. Okay. Until recently, if you updated to the latest Chrome, you'll find out that they added this sneaky feature that you hover over any tab and you know how much memory this tab is taking. Have you seen that? You did not. You are not updating. And the problem with that is when developers have seen that, they start, yeah, we used to blame Chrome. Now we have to do our job. Yeah, especially for any application that is heavily using a lot of memory. It's like, I would say Miro as well. We are using a lot of memory. And we are starting looking into that because now we are exposed. But not only us, even for Atlassian, for Jira. I think everyone is using Jira. try to open one backlog and keep it for some time and hover over it, see how much memory they are taking. I'm happy for that. Okay, so doing your job. There is some APIs for that is device memory, which is still experimental. I will show you the support later, but this is coming back to you with number. This number is a number of gigabytes. The capacity of the memory doesn't mean that this is the available capacity. That's the full capacity. But if you are checking for device memory and you find out it's pretty, low capacity, most probably you need to reduce your consumption of the memory. You have to. So for some e-commerce websites, for example, you will find that they are serving 3D model for the thing that they are selling. But if you have the user is checking from a device with less memory, it's better to give better user experience by serving them with maybe a fixed image or a small video better than a 3D model, which is taking a lot of memory. Okay, that's one usage. It is supported in all Chromium-based website web browsers, but it's not fully supported yet in Safari and Firefox. Not supported yet. Hopefully, they will pay some attention soon. As a GDE, advocate for Chromium, obviously, but they are doing a great job in Chromium-based browsers. Another one, it's hardware concurrency. This one is coming back with a number of cores of a processor at the user's device, which help you start thinking about how you can adapt to that. How can I make use of this number? And from that, you can just decide how many web workers that you can run in parallel. So based on that, you can decide about the multi-threads or threading, or send some hints to the user, to the server, to send less usage of the CPU. And one thing that, performance is usually like a trade-off. Just one notion of that is people are saying, all right, I'm going to compress everything, gzip everything, or Protly everything. This comes with trade-offs because this is taking more CPU. So if the user that you are serving is actually having less processing, it's better to serve something that is not that much compressed. This is taking from their device, and they will feel that the devices start to be hot, and they are most probably say, right, this website is not really good. Surprised that this is supported in all major browsers, so you can check it today and act upon it if you have anything that is consuming users' resources. So some just hints. First of all, if you have zoom in and out or animation on slew devices, you can disable them because this is taking from the memory, it's taking as well from processing of the GPU of the device of the user. So that's one hint. Another thing, image carousel. If you have an image carousel, you say, all right, it's 5 images. That doesn't matter. But no, you only load the first one, even for the LCP, which is largest contentful paint. Load the first one and load the rest either by checking the idle mode or by intent. So if the user hover over the arrow back and forth, you can load the rest of the images lazily. This way you are consuming less memory instead of, some people are thinking, okay, I'm going to show the first one and the rest I'm going to fetch and put them in the cache. This is taken from the device. So you need to think about that. This is controversial, but I had a conversation the day before yesterday with the DevRel team in Google about that, because there's a new metric coming up in March next year. It's called IMP. Have you heard about it? Yeah, one person. Okay, great. IMP is interactive to next print, which is measuring the user interactivity with the page. Have you heard about FID? FID in Core Vitals. Okay. Okay, Core Vitals are something that is measuring interactivity, but in general, it was there were some metrics. One of them was FID, or first input delay, which is measuring the first delay that happens after the user interacts. Currently, they are introducing a new one called IMP, and this is measuring all the time, not the first one only. Based on that, they are advising to yield every time, every now and then, you are yielding to the main thread so it can interact better with the user. Yielding to main thread is not the best for slow devices. It might be the best for high-end devices, but this switching between tasks and main thread is actually taking a lot. Now we are mitigating as well the device, so we are making the user more comfortable using the application and better user experience even for slow devices. Finally, it's internet connection. we have different internet connection. Here is just a chart in the past 10 years about the number of kilobytes that we're shipping. And in the top here, you can see that the median desktop is higher with 33%, which is okay, that's normal. And median mobile is higher with 10%. This is only for the top 1,000 website. And yeah, it's normal and expected. However, here is a forecast for the internet, and it is expected by 2030 to have the 5G taking over and being the highest use. But unfortunately, we are still in 2023. So you can see that at least 25% of our users, the population of the internet, are using either 3G or 2G. Okay, and 4G is majority right now. So I will give you an example that you have seen before, most probably. If you are in slow connection and open YouTube, you will find the quality is going down. Have you seen that before? Even by throttling it, I throttled it because I had a good connection, and I find out that this video is actually supporting 4K, but it is adapted to my condition. So this is very important, and even YouTube is doing that. There is an API called Network Information API. It's still experimental, but you can use it now. It comes back with this information, very important, but we are caring today about two of them. Start from the effective type. So if you are using React, and I asked it earlier, and it's a majority, you don't have to write it that way, but you can use something called React Adaptive Hooks, which is custom hooks created that is wrapping the same thing. So it comes back with the same information. You can use that, for example, to check use network status, and it comes with effective connection type. You can check using that. It makes it reactive, but it's the same thing, only wrapping the same API. So using that, you can do magic things. So first thing, you can check if the user is connecting from 4G, you can just serve a video, right? If it's coming from a 3G, you can just serve a mid quality of an image. And if it's 2G or less, edge sometime, you can just serve a low quality image. I have a quick demo about that I would like to show you. So for example, this video is loading because I'm not throttling anything. Most probably I am connecting from 4G, something. But if I throttle the network to be fast as 3G, now it is serving an image, okay? And if you just throttle it to be slow 3G, it is going to just serve a low quality image. Still, it's a user experience, but it is adapting to the user condition for their network. So going back to no throttle, it loads the video once again. And you know, everyone likes Spider-Man, so cool. Going back to this one. So this is a usage that you can do for your users, and they will be happy with that. As I said, this is serving from 4G. It's a video. What's very important about that is a video might be like 1 meg, even it's 1 minute or something. Serving it in 2G or 3G with an image will be 30K, which is okay. Thank you. Which is great. Still, user experience, good one, but it's adaptive to the user condition. As I said, it's experimental, but it is fully supported in all Chromium-based browsers. Use it today, and at least you can give a better experience for people who are using Chromium-based browsers, including Chrome, Edge, and Opera. Some recommendation. Okay, spoiler. Some recommendation. First of all, if you have like a page that is loading all your products and you have pagination and you're serving like 20 of them at one page, if you detect that the user has slower connection, just lower this number. So make it by page like 5 or 10, and this will make a change for the user, and they wouldn't notice it. So most probably they are connecting from a phone, which is not viewing the 20 or 50 at once. So just page 5, and it will be fine. Another thing, if you use custom fonts, and some people are using crazy fonts, very, heavy fonts, which is giving a good user experience, but you can serve that if the user can do it, progressive enhancement. Otherwise, you can just serve system font. This is also serving you in the CLS, which is another metric in the Core Vitals. So another thing is coming up in the same response with this API is whether the user is opted in for save data. Just 2 minutes. yes, if they are opted in for save data, which is the same one I talked about in CSS, but now in JavaScript, you can just serve a different experience for them. If it is, okay, save data, we're not going to load the full image. We're loading a very, very bad quality image, which is just blurry. I have a quick demo about that. I can show it to you. Twitter is doing that already, but this is just a replica of Twitter that you can just serve. These are images, and there's a video that is autoplay. This is usually how Twitter is doing. But if we just make this happening, you will find that all the images are being blurry, and actually the video is not autoplay anymore. And some people are serving, instead of a video, an audio, which is smaller in size. Now you are adapting to the user. And if the user see that, they can just click on it and load it completely. But this is their choice. You are not now getting all their data. It's based on their preference. So I'm almost done. As a recap, we talked about how to adapt in user device, which is responsive design. Browser support, how to support people in different conditions. User preferences in motion and reduce data, you can do that. Device and hardware, checking the memory and CPU and utilize them based on the user. Internet connection and loading list data based on the internet that you are the user is accessing from. There's a bunch of resources. I'm going to share that later. You don't have to get a picture. If you like it, you can just come talk to me afterwards. If you would like to discuss anything related to performance, not only to talk today, you can follow me on Twitter on this handle. Find more posts on my blog on this one. And thank you very much. Don't forget to get some swags. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man.
Thanks.
I hope that you enjoyed that. We are still a bit behind schedule. We're going to try and sort it out. If you want to leave, you can right now. We're not going to have a break between the second and the next talk. If you want to stay, stay. Renee, do you want to come?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Just be careful with the equipment, please.
عبدو عامل ايه؟ ايه يا معلم لسه واصل ولا ايه؟ لسه واصل. طب تعالى تعالى هم بريك دلوقتي تعالى.
You look great.
Yo, you like it?
I love your way of speaking. Your pace.
Yeah, that's
Is something missing?
Yeah.
The guy took it with him. I forgot.
We need to accept the
No, you don't need cam and mic. Yes, it's fine.
Thanks for getting my phone. Alright, then I need to share my screen.
Yeah, present. Share screen and. Are you gonna change tabs or are you just gonna stay in?
Actually,
If you want, just maybe share the whole screen itself.
yeah, I think I need to because it's
Okay, cool.
anyway. If I do this,
So how does it look in the stream now? Can you see this?
Can you just put this on your...
Test.
yeah.
I hope it's not too far away, too close to the microphone.
I'll see if there is an outside. I'll use the volume.
Okay. I try to not hit it with my
all right, I think we are ready to start. I hope you enjoyed the previous talk. Next talk is going to be given by René. He's going to talk about React 18 and its streaming capabilities, right? Connected to SSR and Suspense, yeah?
Exactly.
All right, so big welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, like it was said, I'm René Eichhorn. I'm a software engineer working at Zalando. And recently, one of my projects there was working on React 18 and all its new features. And I know it's kind of a long title, but I'm gonna just start asking you, like, who of you knows and uses React on a day-to-day basis? Okay, that's good. And then the question is, who of you knows what SSR is? Okay, that's nice. That's a very good starting point. All right, so just as a quick brief overview, I'm just gonna do a short React 18 introduction, also for those that perhaps are not super into the latest changes, and also the changes that are relevant for streaming. I will then also go into like what actually streaming is. You probably have heard it in the context of Netflix, YouTube, and so on, but perhaps not in the context of React or like browsers. Then I will also bring you a little case study of how we at Zalando are making use of streaming to deliver like a fast website. And last but not least, we will finally go through a bit of code and show like how it's actually working and how any one of you could also do it. So again, just a very short intro to React 18 and its new changes. I'm trying to keep it brief, but at this point also a shout out to the react.dev website. I think we even have a talk about this today, so if you want to have a more detailed overview, then go to the docs. So I'm just going to mention a few really interesting changes. So the first thing is what I personally always refer to interruptible rendering. I think internally, probably the React core team is going to hate me for saying interruption, but because they like to call it suspense. But for me, at least as a non-native speaker, interrupting sounds a bit more easy to grasp. So the idea is that if you look at the code, what you might not know already is there's a function called to this react.use, and you pass it a promise. And what truly happens in the background is that when you pass this promise to React, you are essentially telling it to stop rendering at this point, not continuing any further. And React is then going to retry, it's going to reattempt rendering once this promise has been resolved. So in this case, it's going to try resolving after a second, and then it's actually going to render. And what that means, like what happens until the second is over, we will get to a bit later. But that's the general idea of interruptible rendering, which was previously not possible like this. You had to do some kind of early return, right? Like return null or return some loading spinners. But this is changing, and we will go a bit more into detail on this later. A super nice thing also is prioritized rendering. So basically what you probably all know that JavaScript is mostly single-threaded, at least on the JavaScript engine side. And this can be sometimes a problem, right? Because you can imagine React has to do a lot of different things when it has to render your website. And sometimes it also means that all this work it has to do is block important interactions for customers. Perhaps React is so busy rendering something, but the user is already pressing a button and nothing happens. So what React did in its internal rewrite is that instead of having this one huge function that runs and blocks your whole thread, it kind of splits everything into tiny little tasks, and it puts it onto a so-called scheduler with different priorities. So React, what happens when you have an on-click, for example, React considers this as a more important update, and hence, anytime it could move these tasks a bit forward in the queue, and hence your button click will in the end respond faster. And in fact, I also put some metrics here. Luckily, in the talk before, we already mentioned a bit about core web vitals. So we have IMP, FID, and LCP here. For those of you that are not aware of any web vitals at all, it's a more or less simple way to define performance as a number. And just by using or making use of React 18 and upgrading to the new APIs, thanks to this prioritized rendering, you get really nice improvements. And these are measured numbers of like real customers at Zalando. So that's kind of a nice thing for just upgrading. Then just for a few worthy mentions, React's now also able to do way better batching of state updates. So no longer you need to have like two set states that will yield to re-render attempts. Can be bad for performance, so this is luckily fixed. And then there's also something called selective and progressive hydration. So as you know, with server-side rendering, after the server's done, the browser still needs to hydrate your content. And the way React can do it now, especially with suspense, is that you can define special parts of your website that you want to have hydrated as fast as possible, which again improves performance and making your website way more interactive quicker. But now let's really jump a bit into streaming. Again, you know streaming, right? You know it from Netflix, you know it from mostly maybe even loading images or videos. And the main idea here is that you don't want to download a 5 gigabyte video to start watching it, right? And you just don't want to wait. You want to just download the first 2 seconds, start watching while the rest is being loaded in the background. So now you might think, okay, I mean, ideally, your website is not going to be a few gigabytes big, but we're going to go through why it still can help, like why this kind of streaming can help for HTML as well. But for this, just as a brief intro, like how does it actually work? Like how can the browser do this and support the streaming? Is in its essence, right, a browser is just taking data over the network, which is just some sort of binary data, most often UTF-8 encoded text, which in the end is your HTML. And then internally there runs a tokenizer, there runs a parsing system, and in the end your HTML DOM is being built. But when you are streaming, the key part here is that here you can actually see it on the left side. You kind of see incomplete and in fact even invalid HTML. You can see that there is a body tag that just never closes, and there's also the HTML tag that never closes. So from the browser perspective, you don't know if there's some more content coming, if it's still being closed. But luckily, what that means for streaming is that if we stream this piece of content, even though it's incomplete, the browser is able to work on it. It's able to parse it, it's able to even display it or run scripts, load JavaScript, and so on. So what the browser in the end truly sees internally in its tree is actually the right side, which is a valid and completed HTML. And when later more HTML comes in, it is just gonna add it to the existing tree, which makes it then possible to really show content slowly and progressively. So now I want to go a bit more on a real-world example, like how we do it at Zalando and on our website. So just as a brief intro, at Zalando we use an in-house framework called Rendering Engine. Just think of it as a kind of an internal Next.js-like thing, which adds on top of React and adds a little bit of utility functions that try to make it as easy as possible to create your components. And what we did essentially is that these renderers, as we call them, which are again just React components that have some sort of data dependency. Like think of it as a product card that renders some visual content, but it also needs to fetch data from an API. And what we do is each of these renderers are being streamed individually. So just to make it more visual, so this is a very typical part of the website. Not the whole, but this one snapshot of it. And what you can see here is a campaign, and what you see on top is some kind of marketing content, an image, some descriptions, and then afterwards you see a list of images. So now if you look at this from a more technical perspective, you might know that for all of these content, you need to fetch data, right? It's not something static. Perhaps there are multiple APIs involved where you need to first fetch the data. So it's nothing static. So generating this piece of HTML takes some time. And in fact, there are different API calls involved that perhaps need different times. But at the same time, you want to deliver a really nice and fast experience for the customer. So what you want to have is that the first part, the upper part of this snippet should be displayed as soon as possible. Like ideally, you don't want to wait for some data for, let's say, this product here in order to start streaming the content. Like you just want to have it as soon as possible. And again, the way we do this is that we have this concept of renderers, and you can see it here. The red outline is one renderer, and then each of these product cards is another one. And the way you can imagine it is that each of these pieces are streamed individually. So first you have the red content, and then you start streaming all those individual product cards. So now, with that being said, how can we actually make use of this with Suspense? How is Fashion Store at Zalando doing it, and how can any one of you that is already doing SSR can also do it? And the key to this is really a component called Suspense that you may or may not have used yet. And together with this concept of interruptible rendering that I showed earlier, this is the experience you get. So let's make this again a bit more visual. So I have this very simple e-commerce type of catalog page where you have some kind of headline, you have some filters that you can apply, and then you have a lot of product cards. So on the left side, you see the code. It's kind of simple. You have a catalog component that is somehow fetching some sort of product list, which would be just an array of product IDs. And then it just renders it inside a grid, and then renders these product cards. The key here, what you can see is there is actually a Suspense component wrapping this product card renderer. And this is a very important part of it. And you can also see, again, this React use function being called. Here in this case, it's just use, but it's just using the React use function. And again, there's a get product list and the get product data function being used here, which you can imagine it's a normal fetch that's calling some APIs and in the end retrieves some data. And if you look at this from this code, it almost looks like it's kind of a bit like an await would work like, right? If imagine you had an async function, the way you would do it is you would await the get product data call. So it's very similar to that. And what you also notice is there's not, in this code, there's no logic that actually checks if data is available already. There's no if is fetching, there's no if loading, and then render some loading spinners or something. This is all done, this is all works out of the box in React 18 with Suspense. And just to make it more visible, the way it's going to look like when you load, of course, this is highly slowed down, but this is essentially what happens is that you first see this headline of catalog and those filters, and then you start seeing those product cards popping in right in order whenever the data for these piece of components are ready. So there are lots of different examples in real world applications that could benefit from this. This could be also some sort of like dashboard website, and each of these cards would be maybe some sort of graph that is fetching some data that perhaps even takes some time to fetch. So this is pretty nice. But then I mentioned how there's no loading checks or anything, no loading spinners, nothing. And the nice part about this is that you actually doing this and changing this behavior of this loading is kind of simple. So let's look at this example here. So there's actually just one single line that has changed, which is in the Suspense boundary. In the Suspense component, you see a component prop called fallback, where we pass some sort of shimmering placeholder component. What that placeholder looks like is what you can see on the right side. I'm sure most of you have seen this at YouTube, Instagram, or wherever these kind of placeholders make it a bit, it makes it so that the customer perceives that the website is a bit faster because it's not just blank, but you see something and then content is slowly popping in. And with this single change, we completely changed our loading behavior without actually changing the product card component itself. The product card component stays as it is. It's still fetching data or specifying which data it needs and rendering the content. So it's really the parent component that decides how is the loading logic going to be. And this is also the interesting part, because wherever you put the suspense boundary is going to affect like where how your loading behavior is going to be. Perhaps you don't want to have one placeholder for each of these cards. Maybe you want it for each row. Maybe you want just one placeholder for everything. And all you have to do is you need to change where you put the suspense boundary. And again, there's no need to change your product card itself. So that's kind of nice way of organizing the responsibility of loading. And the way it's going to look like when you actually load the page, again, it's a bit slowed down, is you first see the placeholders, and then those placeholders are slowly being replaced by actual content. And now the thing is that we still have to keep in mind that this is all done server-side rendering. So both those placeholders that you can see are rendered on the server, but also the actual content is being server-side rendered, which means that the browser is first streaming one part of the website, which includes those placeholders, and then later, every couple of milliseconds, ideally, there's a new content coming in, and React is automatically replacing this. Another thing really worth to mention here is that, as you can see, there's also this filters button here on top. So the cool thing also here is that even when all those product cards are still loading, they're not done yet, it's actually interactive. So your filters, where this filter button that perhaps has some sort of on-click handler, this would start working already, considering you already have JavaScript loaded, of course. But this is really the nice part. So especially if you have a longer list, like the page becomes interactive as it loads. And this is also what they refer to as progressive hydration. And actually, in fact, also what React internally does is it prioritizes things a bit, or it tries to automatically prioritize things. So again, if the user clicks on this filter button, it's going to consider this as a much more important interaction as, for example, showing this product card, which then again makes the website just feel much more responsive. So with this said, just a quick catch up. So one thing, what we hopefully learned is, first of all, upgrading to React 18 is very nice in terms of performance. You don't even need all these changes with suspense. Just by upgrading, you really run into performance boosts. Of course, it depends a bit on your size of the website, but like I showed in the metrics, something measurable. And if you haven't upgraded yet, do it. I mean, it's really more or less free performance boost, so I can highly recommend it. And another thing is that streaming or implementing streaming is really not super complicated, especially with this React use function. All you have to do is, again, place those suspense boundaries wherever you want, and then you have streaming implemented. There's no big change that you need to do on the server. It's literally just the code that I showed you. And with that, we can also really play a bit with priority and make sure that important content, such as content above the fold, is loaded as soon as possible, while perhaps other content is a bit prioritized less and loaded a bit later. So that being said, thanks a lot for listening. I'm sure you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rene. I hope you enjoyed that one too. We're just going to wait for the second speaker to set up and for the third speaker to set up, and we're going to have the next talk. We're probably going to have a couple of minutes until that is done.
Yes. Did I rush a bit? Yeah, I guess.
It's good because we're
yeah.
Should I just go really fast and do it for the people who want to be hardcore and not have a break?
Yeah, like maybe rush a bit, like don't go too crazy. But if you can rush a bit.
I'll do my best to get you guys back on time.
Yeah. That's much appreciated. Do you have an adapter for?
Yes.
That's regulation, right? Yeah. Oh, perfect. Do you have the link for Cityjs?
I do not. Would the link be in my email?
I'll send you an do you want to come check from that?
Sure.
Just I think
Did you send it?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You don't need permission. Yeah, if you're going to use more than one tab, just share whole screen.
All right, are you guys sure you want to spend your break doing this and not go get a coffee or something? Right, then I'll try to go fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can start. So, warm welcome for Christopher. He's going to talk about like the new toes that JavaScript might get. We're going to rush a bit so you can go back like to have some break and grab some food. I think they already started serving snacks and extra coffee. So as soon as we're done, feel free to go there and grab some food. Yeah, cool.
Okay, yeah, thanks for being here. You guys are the hardcore ones who are not getting a coffee. I'd like to start off with a quick poll that I did a while ago. Raise your hand if you pretty much only write TypeScript and JavaScript. Most of the room? Okay, I think we don't need to even do the other parts. It was similar online, right? And this makes sense. Like JavaScript is fantastic. It's the standard in the front end. It's kind of also becoming the standard in some backend applications with the Edge runtime and other things like that. And I was in this position as well for a long time. I'm kind of a TypeScript maximalist. But about a year ago, I was working for a small company that got bought by a huge company. And they immediately shut down our product. So the only thing the engineers could do is work on other products. And this company was using like every single technology you could imagine. And I'm not talking about like these technologies, right? I'm talking about like these technologies. But it turns out like in every single language, in every single stack, there's actually some really cool stuff. And JavaScript's a super adaptive language. So I'm going to share a few things that I came across that I like a lot, and that might actually be coming to JavaScript in the fairly near future. Quickly about me, my name's Chris. I work for Axiom. We do observability. So basically, if you're paying a ton of money to Datadog or Splunk, come talk to us. We can help you. And other than that, I do a lot of open source, the things you see on the screen. We're trying to go fast. So let's look at the first example. We've all written this before, right? You declare a variable, and then you chain together a bunch of stupid if-elses, and it works, but you hate it. We could also do this, right? We can do a switch. Maybe that's nicer. We could do this thing where we have an object with keys and values, and then we call the index of that object. Or we can just kind of give up and put it somewhere else and then call it. But the truth is, like, all of these things are kind of terrible. And the first project I worked on when I had to go into these other code bases was a huge PHP project. And the guy who was running it, he was one of those guys, you know, they say like, oh, PHP still runs like 70% of the website on the internet. And I thought, oh, get me the hell out of here. But PHP has some really cool stuff now. You want to see how PHP does this? they do this. So they have this match keyword that you can assign to a variable, and then all the cases are super easy to read. And yeah, it's incredibly nice. So wouldn't it be awesome if JavaScript had this? And so let's talk about how stuff comes into JavaScript. The language we're writing nowadays is called ECMAScript. So it's done by an organization called ECMA. They basically define various standards. Like they decide like what a CD-ROM should be able to do. They do like C# and Dart and a lot of other stuff. And like any company can join it, and they pay like a fee proportional to their size, and nonprofits can also join it for free, and you can also like participate on GitHub without being a member. And particularly relating to JavaScript, they have a committee called TC39. These guys are super creative. There were 38 other committees before. And what TC39 does mostly, well, they also do other stuff like source maps, for example, but their biggest thing is that they meet every 2 months and they discuss proposals on how to advance the ECMAScript standard, which is the JavaScript that you write. So a long time ago, you had like ES5 and ES6, and there'd be years in between. Nowadays, we get a new version every year. And yeah, the yearly versions just have like whatever's ready to go, basically. So these proposals go through 5 stages. The first stage is stage 0, where basically you get your phone out now. There's absolutely no requirements. You could have a stage 0 ECMA proposal, or TC39 proposal, sorry, by the end of this talk. Stage 1 means somebody from TC39 likes your proposal enough to become a champion of it. Stage 2 means there's kind of a draft of the actual specification of what the thing should look like. Stage 3 means there's like kind of a final draft. And then finally, stage 4 means that somebody has written a bunch of tests that define like how this feature should work in the runtime, so that like the people who write the browsers or who write Node and Deno and all of these things like know that they're implementing it correctly. And once at least 2 runtimes have adopted your feature, it's officially part of the standard. In terms of timing, it really varies enormously, but a typical range might be like half a year to a year for stage 1, 1 or 2 years for stage 2, and then half a year to a year again for stage 3. But like I said, it really varies a lot. And everything they do, all the meetings and everything is online. And I'm sorry to say, like, there's no deep, dark secret. These are really like normal technical conversations. So like people ask for clarifications, they discuss trade-offs. They say that they don't have enough information yet and like might need to reconvene again in 2 months. Yeah, there's no secrets here. So the thing they've come up with for Match, for example, is this. And it looks super similar to the PHP version with 2 exceptions, right? First off, there aren't $signs everywhere. And second, they've added this when keyword in front of the matchers. But in addition, the JavaScript version is going to be quite a bit more powerful. So for example, you can match on part of an object and then also destructure from an object. You can put an if statement after your when statement so that you can match on things that are more precise than like a traditional matcher could get you. And finally, you get these do blocks, which are basically like a function body. And this proposal is currently only in stage 1, so the syntax is not yet fully decided. But it's being championed by, for example, Daniel Rosenwasser from Microsoft and a couple of other people. So this feels like one that we are going to get in the next couple of years. Next story. This company had a lot of really old services where the only way to read the logs was to SSH into the on-premise box that the service is running on. And the logs were being piped from standard out into a text file that was being backed up once an hour. And so you had to get it out of a huge text file. But it was working for these guys because that whole team was like a bunch of Unix beard type guys who like love using these tools. And after pairing with them for a while, I actually got quite good as well. Now, I can't show you the production services of my old company, of course, but I can give a different example. At Axiom, we were trying to get rid of the Lodash library in one of our projects. And so we needed to know like what are we using and in how many places are we using it. So one way you could do this with the Unix tools is you could rip grep from Lodash. So you would get the list of all the files and the line that has this import. Then you could use, for example, sed, which uses something that's not quite a regex, but like basically a regex to get just the name of the import. Then you could sort it. Then you could see how many of the same one are coming after each other, and then you can sort it again, this time by number. And if you think about it, a lot of programming is like basically this thing, like massaging data through a pipeline. And in JavaScript, we have this for arrays, right? The array higher order functions are super nice, like filter and all of that. But for other types of data, what we usually do is this sort of thing, where we assign to intermediate variables, and this is okay, but inevitably, sooner or later, there's some business requirement and something doesn't fit into one of these functions, so someone does this. And I think you all know, like, maybe use effect is the biggest source of bugs in applications, but mutability is definitely up there. In JavaScript currently, we can do it without assigning, but then we're doing this thing where the variable is at the start, and then the first thing we're doing is above, and so like you're kind of reading it backwards, and it's super terrible. Here's how Elixir does this. They have the variable, and then they run it through these things called pipes, which are basically like the pipes in Unix, except they add a little closing bracket to make it look like a cute little arrow. Here's another version. This is Kotlin. So they have this .let, and then they have what basically looks like a Lambda function in JavaScript, right? And here's the upcoming JavaScript proposal. So it looks like kind of a combination between the previous two. And again, with this one also, syntax is not fully final. This is currently in stage 2. So like they're still trying to figure out what exactly to do with sort of the left half of this. They're thinking they might use like a $sign token instead of a keyword, or yeah, it's not fully finalized yet. And what's going to be super nice when this lands is that like you're going to get type safety on this if you're using TypeScript. So if one pipe like returns an object and then the next one expects an array, like your editor is going to tell you, hey, you're using the pipes wrong. Which is like a good time to talk about how TypeScript fits into all of this. So historically, TypeScript saw itself as like a superset of JavaScript, and they often did stuff that wasn't really in JavaScript. So for example, they had classes and inheritance long before ES6 because they kind of needed it like to be a serious language. Another example is TypeScript adopted decorators when they were super early in the TC39 process. And back then, the reason was basically that otherwise they couldn't convince Angular to go all in on TypeScript. So it made sense at the time. But now the TypeScript team has pretty much said that they want to be much more in line with ECMAScript in the TC39. So from now on, they're only going to adopt proposals that are stage 3 or 4. And they still don't like follow the ECMAScript release cycle. Instead, TypeScript releases a version like roughly every 3 months, or really whenever they feel like it. And they just kind of add in stuff that they feel is ready. Here's the final example I want to give is one where unfortunately the ending is not as happy, which is error handling. So in JavaScript, you throw an error and you catch it, and that's basically it. You can be kind of fancy and extend the error class and like in your catch block, check if it's that error, and then do different things or maybe throw again. But it's quite limited compared to other languages. So for example, in Java, you have to declare for every type of checked exception that the function throws that type of exception. And then if you call that function, then you need to either catch that specific exception by name or by one of its parents, or you need to declare that the function that's calling also throws that exception. And additionally, they have the nice thing that you can chain catches so that you can deal with different exceptions in different bits of logic, basically. So Java and also a lot of other languages are quite kind of disciplined about dealing with errors. JavaScript's really not disciplined. And JavaScript programmers, I think, kind of have a tendency to just pretend that we're on the happy path. And I'm sure you've all seen JSON.parse tool before in some production application. So what could we do, right? We could do the Java thing and just declare that the function throws the error, and then it needs to be handled. The big problem with this is that currently 100% of Java functions do not annotate what kind of errors they can throw. So we basically would have two choices. We can either assume that every unannotated function throws nothing, in which case like the whole error handling thing doesn't work. Or we can assume that each function throws everything or can throw anything, in which case, like, all the advantages that we get from knowing what throws what go right out of the window as soon as we call any function that's from a library or from our own code base and not annotated. So like, we basically have to start over with the whole language. There's an even more fundamental design problem, which is that functions are first-class citizens in JavaScript. So in this case, where a function calls some callbacks, you don't know what these are going to throw. So the way you would annotate it would be like, you would have to say what it might rethrow from F, what it doesn't rethrow from G. And for this reason, like, this has never really become even a serious consideration for the ECMAScript standard. And in TypeScript, there was a lot of really interesting discussion. But unfortunately, in the end, it got closed for the reasons I just mentioned. And actually, I have some links to relevant material at the end. And this post where Ryan Kavanaugh explains like why it can't be done is, I think, maybe the single best piece of technical writing I've ever read. So I'd really recommend reading it. But I don't want to end on a sad note. So here's all the other cool stuff we're getting fairly soon. So this is all, I think, in either stage 3 or 4. So we're getting temporal API, which is going to make dealing with dates and times much easier. We're getting a bunch of cool new array methods. We're getting all the methods for set that everybody's written like themselves a million times. And there's also a lot of cool stuff coming for library and runtime developers. So I guess what I want to leave you with is, if you're only ever writing JavaScript and TypeScript, give another language a try. Start a side project. Advent of Code's coming up. Yeah, it's a fun thing to do. And I think in every language you learn some new patterns, and you can kind of think more critically about the tools that you're currently using. So that's all I had. There's some links in that QR code, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Thank you for hurrying up so that we can get back on track. Just so we don't keep you that long, is there anybody who wants to go grab some coffee or something, or are you happy to continue straight away? Okay, if somebody wants to leave now, we can, but because most of you want to stay, we can start with the next one. We are busy.
No, I know, but some sports are shifting. Yeah, and this will be like
So the whole thing was supposed to start at like 10:45, but it started at 10:45, so everyone's just.
And so what is the next one?
Okay. So I'm gonna send you the link. We're probably gonna start in about like 5 minutes. Just to grab some coffee and something.
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
We gotta go out the window when we start.
Yeah.
I rarely see something like that.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the Kappa system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Cityjs.
Okay. And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the combat system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Cityjs.
Okay. And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the combat system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this from Cityjs.
Okay. And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got winners, give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the combat system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned lots from them.
Right, a bit less people than before, but I think they're still grabbing some food, so we expect some more people to join. Warm welcome for Juan. Juan is going to tell us a story about Mac.js in a passwords world.
Yes,
is that correct?
That's correct.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. So hi everybody, so my name is Juan. I'm a developer advocate for Auth0. I'm also a software engineer for over 20 years, so I have worked on plenty good stuff over those years. Yeah, I like to build stuff, just software stuff, really. I don't deal with IKEA and that kind of stuff, but if it comes to software, I'm the guy for it. And you can find me online with my handle at @VHSmartinez pretty much everywhere. Just old-fashioned, no TikTok, but older generation stuff. So today we're going to talk about a world without passwords. And oh, what happened there? Just got a notification that my train ticket to Berlin is ready. Okay, a little bit out of timing, but let's click on that and see what happens. All right. Oh no. So apparently I'm not logged in, but I kind of like need these tickets, right? Because they're about to control in the train, and I have no time to waste. So I'm gonna type in my email and I'm gonna type in what I think my password is. But guess what? I forgot about it, right? I did it in my computer. I was in a rush when I bought it, and now I can't log in. But there's no problem. There's a forget password link there. So I'm just gonna click on that and I'm gonna reset my password. So after a few minutes dealing with it and the person coming to check on my ticket, getting closer, I'm now ready to log in. I enter my username and my password. But guess what? Now I need two-factor authentication, right? Kind of like awful, okay? So I receive an SMS, or maybe I need a one-time password, right? So I need another app. Or I need to my biometrics, hopefully that's set up, so it's gonna be quite easy. Worst case, I use my hierarchy, which is left at home, right? So things can get really messy really fast when it comes to username and password authentication. We all had to deal with this in some kind of like a way. I'm a tech-savvy person, so I normally go with my password manager. I use one password for that, and I keep everything safe with that. But even in those scenarios, right, not all, we are always have a vulnerability point. And I have a story to tell, kind of like in my family setup that a lot of people seem to relate with, which is I keep everything very tight. I have like all my accounts secured in the best way possible. But some accounts are shared with my wife, and she had all these post-it notes with all her passwords, right, like next to her laptop. And I was like, no, this is not the way we're gonna do this. I'm gonna get a family plan of 1Password. She's very happy with it. She installed it in her phone. Struggle a little bit, right, from time to time, getting her things. And then I started receiving all these WhatsApp messages. Very strange sequences of characters on WhatsApp. Like, what is going on, right? Like, what is going on? What are all these things that you're sending me? I'm like, well, I don't have 1Password on my computer, so I copy the password on my phone, text you on WhatsApp, and then I use WhatsApp where to retrieve my password and log in. Great, this is exactly what I meant about, go and save online. Unless we can say WhatsApp it's encrypted, kind of. But still, right, that's not the way we should be handling passwords, and passwords are just hard. People just don't get them, right? They get misplaced, they get used, they are often breaches online, and then your passwords hashes end up in the web, and if you are not using secure passwords, like most of us do, sometimes we take shortcuts, and you know, your passwords gets compromised. So what could the future be when we don't have passwords, right? Ta-da, passwordless, right? But
to make sure the challenge is cryptographically correct. And to do that in Next.js, it's actually very simple. We can install a package called Simple Web Auth Server, and that package will give us 4 methods that we can use in each one of these endpoints. The package will not give you any recommendations, or it will not set up the endpoints for you, so that's something you'll have to do. You just need to implement the 4 endpoints. The problems that follow this is once you receive the public keys on the verified endpoints, the big question is what do you do with them? And this package will not tell you. That's up to your implementation and how you want to store that user information. You will have to save it in a database, and you will have to structure how you want to handle that. But it's pretty simple. So you just follow like 3 steps. And once you have this implemented, right, so your users will be able to click on the login button, and that will trigger them to prompt for the credentials. And this will actually look like the following. So this is what a login screen with WebSN looks like. I click on the login button. In this case, it's asking to use my 1Password. It uses my Face ID to automatically log in. And then, boom, I'm logged in, right? So it's super easy. I didn't have to put any passwords. I didn't have to do anything. I use 1Password because it's my passkeys on my WebSN provider. But if you are not using 1Password, you can use iCloud Chain. You can also use Google as a similar service, or you can use Cityjs for that. There's also some excellent resources in this website, webauthn.me, which shows the flows that I just explained in a very funny way. Like you can click each one of the buttons and you can see how the things are generated and transferred in the different processes. So I really recommend that you check that QR code and you follow the information that is on that website if you want to learn more about it. So WebSN is better than password because it's based on public and private publicly authentication. It is phishing resistant. You only store public data in your database, so there's no risk of storing confidential information such as passwords, no having to deal with hashing and all these things we need to concern when dealing with passwords. And it does add to a better user experience, right? There's no more this thing of copying password and sending through like WhatsApp or any other service just because you're logged in. This works out of the box with your Touch ID or your Face ID or any other biometrics. And that takes us to passkeys. Passkeys is an implementation of WebAuthn that we just learned, and it is intended to be the replacement for passwords. They are not only WebAuthn credentials, but they also add a layer on top to make it more intuitive, to make them automatically unique per service. So that means that if I sign up for a service with a particular passkey, and then I get a phishing email where they ask me to log in a website that is not really mine, the passkey will not get through that service and it will not pass to that server, so they will never receive even our public data. They are breach resistant for the same reason, right? All the public information is from the servers, and they are phishing resistant, as we said. So passkeys, we believe, is the future of authentication, and it's part of the demo we saw today. So where can you use passkeys? There are a number of services that are today implementing passkeys. Among them, Google, Apple, and GitHub are big pushers for passkeys. Google and Apple are working together to create also the providers, right? So that when you're on Chrome, you can use Chrome to generate the passkeys, and then when you're on Apple. So that is all already working. Also, there is this website created by 1Password, passkeys directory. And there's a listing of all the different services that today support passkeys, and you can use passkeys with to log in and sign up to those accounts. And any application that uses Auth0 can have support enabled for passkeys automatically out of the box. So if you want to try passkeys, you can also sign up for a free account on Auth0, enable passkeys with the click of a button with your free account, and then you can start building secure authentication with passkeys. And yeah, so that's pretty much from my side. This is kind of like a short talk, and this is a lot to cover. So if you have any questions, if you want to learn more about it, we have a booth, the Auxilio booth, outside, so you can come and talk to me. I can show you live demos. I can show you how it works. We can see a little bit more, get a little more.
Have you connected to StreamYard on your laptop? Can you come here? Just type in your email. No. Okay.
Do you have a microphone?
No. I think the previous, you want to go to previous speaker. They had there in a booth. Is it one of these? Yeah, the first one. Alright. Yeah, so just check if this is if this is the right.
So I should check in there? And...
Yes.
I need to turn off the microphone. Alright. I guess I'll repeat my whole imagine the audio. Yeah, just share that. Alright. Alright, so hello everyone to my talk. I'm Lars, and I'll be talking about AI stuff. So yeah, for the last year or so, I've really dived into AI and everything you can do with it, starting with particular like chat apps, like code completions, blocking your code, agents, and so forth. And most recently, I work more on multimodal stuff. So I'm a TypeScript developer, and a lot of the AI stuff is actually Python. So I ended up developing my own little framework for multimodal stuff. It's called Model Fusion. And I'll show you a few examples later. So everything here, this example is built on Model Fusion. Storyteller is an app where you can essentially generate an audio story for a preschool kid. So so that involves a lot of techniques. You can essentially like talk to it and say, hey, like give me a story about like a boy playing in the woods, and we'll then go on and do everything, right? Generate like take your speech, turn it into like text, generate a story, generate images that are consistent, generate the full narration script, different voices, and rate all different voices that contain text. So that's pretty cool that that all works, but there are a few challenges. So the challenges are to make it really consistent. You can see a few examples. So the images need to be consistent, the titles need to be consistent, and so forth with the story for overall, like, so it makes sense. But then also there's a huge UX problem, because if you generate this with AI end-to-end, it probably takes like 2-3 minutes to generate. And like if you have the user waiting in your app with a loading screen for 2-3 minutes, like 99% of the users will be gone by the time the story is ready. So there are like a variety of techniques that I'll go into to bring the first thing way faster. It's still like 10 to 20 seconds until it actually starts playing the audio, but that's a lot better than 3 minutes. And you can actually show parts way earlier, like after a couple of seconds, essentially. All right, so here would be the example So I'm like a little bit scared to try this now, but I will. If there's echo, then let's see. Actually, play this. Maybe I'll play it on here.
Why do the trees look so sad? And why are you all so quiet today? Benny,
There are different voices generated, the story is generated. I should go to the next slide. Okay, and then the images come and so forth, right? Uses a bunch of different providers. So for like text generation, embedding some transcriptions, this is using OpenAI. For speech synthesis, I'm actually using two providers. I'm using Element, and I'm grateful to them because they gave me a bunch of free credits. And like with this, you really go through your word counts really quick on the speech providers. I also used 11 Labs for some of the other voices. And finally, for images, I use Stability. So architecture-wise, I designed a small client server separation framework here with like we essentially specify three different things. You specify a client schema, a hot schema that tells you, hey, those are the inputs. All of this is fully type safe, and those are the events. So this actually sends back a bunch of events to server send events. You have some client code where you handle the different events that the server sends, and then down here you have the actual generative AI flow that runs on the server. All the generative AI stuff usually requires server, even if you do phones, because you don't want to leak your keys for OpenAI. So, so the flow would be essentially like you do invoke flow, which is something specific that I'll show you later, and then this does a post request and creates this custom flow. The custom flow then creates a separate server send event source that is sent to the client receives the events through that. For larger assets, it becomes a little bit tricky, and when you have multimodal stuff, you generate images, you generate audio, those are larger binary assets. So here, like, it doesn't make sense to like send them through the server send events. Instead, those assets get stored. I can imagine storing them to S3 or somewhere else. Right now, I'm storing them on the file system. You send back an event with the actual URL, and then it gets retrieved like any other image or audio file. And finally, when you deal with AI, logging is super important. You want to log like all your prompt inputs, prompt outputs to actually be able to improve the system. Something very different from like regular software engineering where it's easy to test and write unit tests. Here it becomes much harder. You want to log and observe and then do evaluation. Okay, how does this look like on a high level in real code? First, there's the schema. So this is a dot schema that essentially defines, hey, those are the inputs that are going to be sent from the client to the server to start the whole thing, and then these are the events that are being sent back. Client is React right now, but essentially what I wrote here with the invoke flow would work in any other framework or no framework at all. So when you stop recording on the client, so you stop recording your audio, this invoke flow is called, you give it a base URL, you give it the schema and the input, right, from the client, and then you define how you really want to handle all the events, you update your UI accordingly. Again, this is pretty important because the overall flow of those is pretty long, right? When people talk about like server send events, server send rendering and streaming, it's usually a matter of seconds. Here we're talking like minutes, right? So it's a little bit longer run. On the server, I wrote a Fastify plugin that you can set up with some file system message storage and file system logger here in this example, but theoretically you could log it anywhere you want, like to some bucket or something, or some logging provider, and the assets you could also store anywhere you want. And then you just register your flow. Which brings me to the main piece, which is the flow. That's actually a very simple thing. It gets the inputs, and then it's a long-running async function that can send events and store assets and so forth. And the rest gets handled by the plugins, everything gets sent to the client. And this is the rough idea of the overall architecture. And now I'm going to go through the actual flow, which is the interesting piece, right? This is where the magic happens. So here on the top, you see how the UI looks originally. You start recording the topic, you say something, right? It shows you it's recording. Once the audio recording is done, it's being sent to the server, right? And the client switches to a loading state. Then the first AI call happens. You need to transcribe the topics. So here I'm using Whisper, just a call to Whisper. And what you see here, this code is model fusion. So I have a little abstraction with the various providers. You can do things like generate transcription, generate JSON, generate text, speech, and whatnot, right? And then you give it the data. So this is a pretty simple one because Whisper, you can just throw it the data. And then after 1.5 seconds, you get the transcription back. Send that to the client. It's a little bit hard to see here, but the first loading state changes into whatever you set. Right? And this is after 1.5 seconds, the user sees, okay, something is happening, this is not broken. The next thing is to generate the story outline. And I guess the trick here, so this is to generate text, and I call it an OpenAI model. The big thing here is that I call GPT-3.5 Turbo Instruct, which is a very specific model. So I'm not sure how familiar all you are with LLMs and AI techniques. Maybe raise your hand if you've worked with AI stuff before, right? A couple of people. The models have vastly different speeds. So if you take GPT-4, this will take 20 times longer to do, right? So I specifically picked a model here that I know is very fast, and in fact, like GPT-3.5 Turbo Instruct, they said it's the same speed as Turbo, but I found it to be 4 times faster. So this gives you kind of like the story outline after 4 seconds, right? So we're now talking like about 5 seconds. And then, because the point of creating the story first is to keep everything consistent, right? If I don't create the story first, immediately create the title and so forth, anything that's inconsistent. So now I have the story, and in parallel, I can create the title, I can create the image, I can create the narration.
Lars, we need to change the battery for the streaming. So can we do like a little break? And I don't know if you have any questions. You can ask them now while we are changing the battery for the streaming. Any questions in what you've learned so far? Try.
How do you check the quality of the output? You said you log everything.
Well, the microphone is not going to work.
Right now for this one, it's mostly eyeballing.
So that's why.
Stories and like,
So
I
just
think
think
a lot
of
of people start out
the
by
microphone
eyeballing it and seeing if
just
it's
change the
decent.
battery.
But then when you like say you have a real application that you want to systematically improve, this is where logging comes in, right? And then you can like either do that manually, but you can set up like fancy evaluations. And there are many different approaches, including like having LLMs rated or other stuff.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the CAPA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. The story is generated, and then a few things are being kicked off in parallel. The first one is simple title generation. So again, using GPT-3.5 Turbo Instruct, I feed it the story. Here I did a little bit of prompt engineering where I say, okay, stop on a quote sign because I started with a quote sign, make it a little bit more constrained and efficient. But essentially I feed it the story and say generated title. Takes not even a second, so this is a pretty fast one because the result is pretty short. And then an event with the title gets set to the client you already see after like say yeah, 6-7 seconds, hey, this is the title, and the user continuously sees something is going on. Okay, in parallel, the prompt is being worked out for the actual image generation, right? So that's a two-step thing. First, we need a prompt, and then we need to generate the image. So here I'm using a slower model, GPT-4, because I experimented with a few models, seeing like how good the prompts are, what result I can get, and I found like, hey, here I do need GPT-4. More experimentation or fine-tuning may give you a different model. And essentially take the story again for consistency, put it here and say, hey, generate me a short image prompt with like some additional instructions, should have a few keywords and so forth. GPT-4 is a little bit slower, so we have 4 seconds here. But then we need another step. We need to generate the actual image. So take this prompt that got generated, the image prompt, add a little bit around it for like, hey, have a nice colorful illustration for preschoolers, and I feed that into Stability, right, to generate the images that you actually see. And the images that you get out are often like looking pretty decent for the title, and I was quite happy with them. And this takes a while. This takes 15 seconds, right? So overall, like until like the image shows up, it's probably 25 seconds. You can't just send the image to an event stream. It's just not a good practice, too big. So what I do here is I store the image, and then I send the path with the URL, and the client retrieves the image and displays it like any other image, right? Yeah, and then the last and the biggest piece is actually generating the full audio story. So complicated prompt, again, GPT-4, but there are a few important things going on here. First of all, like this is a function call. I give it a full-blown Zod schema that gets transferred into a JSON schema. So like GPT-4 knows the structure that I'm expecting. So this gives me structured output back. Complicated prompt, I'm not going into it too much, but it essentially says, hey, this story needs to become an audio story. Here, like different roles, you need to specify the roles and so forth, right? Now, the crucial thing is I stream it. I stream JSON, and that may sound weird. So the way this works is OpenAI essentially sends back text, right? And it's always partial JSON. So if you JSON parse it, it won't work until the end. So I partially complete it, pass the partial JSON, and give you the partial JSON. And then depending on your app and your schema, you know kind of like how to parse it and what to do with it, right? In this case, if it's not complete, I know it's like a parsed object. I know it's a deep partial of the overall structure I expect, so I can actually type parse it. And then I take just the array elements that are completed, and even for the first part, can immediately start like doing the next steps while the streaming is ongoing. And that's the core idea here, to deliver the actual like audio as quickly as possible, right? So we stream the whole story. And then at the end, it's like, obviously the last one is fully typed and everything. So yeah, so once we get one of those fragments, a little bit more needs to happen. We need to figure out what voice to give it, right? Either we have a voice already, or we need to determine the voice. So let's say like we don't have a voice. Well, what happens then is we want to give it fitting voices. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, obviously, differentiate female and male, so we match those voices, but then you like sometimes want to give it a softer voice, sometimes a harsher voice, and so forth, right? So we generate a voice description for that character for the story. So essentially like a prompt that gives it the story, says, hey, here's the schema that we expect from the output. Please generate a fitting voice for that character and what they are going to say. And then we use embeddings, which I'll explain a little bit. You may have seen that for retrieval augmented generation. So you take text and you put it into an embedding space, and then you can later on search similar text, and you essentially get a semantic search. And I use that here for voices. So what I do is like I had all the 11 Labs voices and all the element voices, and I had voice descriptions, and I embedded those into the embedding space. And now I get a voice description here, and I search nearest neighbors in the embedding space to get like voices that are kind of semantically similar to the voice description back, and then I'm going to use those voices. And that's essentially is the vector store in the back, and I do a retrieval with a certain similarity threshold, a few results, and then I check, hey, are the results there or not? Like, have I used this voice already? If I've already used it, don't use it, but yeah, works out pretty well. So after the voice, the last piece is then to synthesize. So here's like a few providers, and it's actually one of the things that I like about Model Fusion is that because it's all the same interface for the different providers, right? You can easily integrate multiple providers. You don't have to change the code as much. And in the case of text-to-speech, you can actually use like several providers in the same manner and in the same app. So yeah, that synthesizes the speech with the content for the voice, creates an audio file, sends an event with the audio file, retrieves the audio, and then it starts playing, right? And this cuts this whole process down by several minutes. And then while you're listening, obviously in the back, everything gets generated. But at that point, we have time, right? Yeah, and this is the whole flow of like progressively like including that information. Cool. And I think with that, I'm at the end of my talk. I hope you enjoyed it. Everything I showed you is open source. So as Storyteller, you can check out. The full code is online, and the same for the Model Fusion framework. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ross. We're just going to have to take like 2 minutes to set up the next speaker, and we're going to continue straight away. So as soon as the next talk is done, you can head off to the main room for food. Sorry?
This adapter is
okay. Do you have HDMI or do you need an adapter?
No, I can go there.
There you go. Perfect. Can you just put your mic anywhere that's comfortable? You can have the signal. I'm going to send you an email with the StreamYard link so that you can stream the presentation directly.
Okay. ربنا يسهل وافتكر انا عايز اقول ايه في ال
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the combat system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot from this.
Okay. And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
with some accent. But now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English. Okay. And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system. So
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
Share. I shared the entire screen. It's not working. It's not working, right?
having issues defining a CSS, they just come and Google the CSS issue. They don't have to worry about CSS and JS or any other kind of weird styling things, right? They just need to focus on the thing that they are learning in the native language of the thing that they are learning. So it's a nice thing. The only thing that I would say was okay, it's because we started 3 years ago, so U3 was just released for a few months, and it wasn't even the latest version of NPM. So it means a lot of the ecosystem libraries wasn't ready. But we were confident in our ability to build with Vue.js. We didn't believe in other libraries. We can and we know that we can build with Vue.js. That's enough for us. Then it's not really a bit. TypeScript is a requirement now. Like you have to use it. To be honest, if you don't use it, you have to use it. Right? One thing to note is with Vue.js 3, we are forcing the use of the composition API. We are actually stripping away the options API using a compilation flag. So that every engineer has to use the composition API. But by default, like here I have to say, if you are planning to use a composition API, you have to use TypeScript. If you try to use a composition API with JavaScript on it, it's going to be a nightmare. And I think you're going to see it all. The last bit is TypeScript gives us confidence, right, with shipping and breaking stuff. Any engineer can break anything, and they don't have to worry about it shipping to production because we caught it in the CI because of TypeScript, right? However, we wanted to extend that even further. We wanted the API layer to be also typed. So GraphQL comes in because it plays well with TypeScript, like GraphQL code generator, it generates your entire schema to TypeScript, so the frontend can use that for the component props or for any kind of composable. And once you put all of that together, you get an end-to-end type system, meaning the backend can't ship broken code to the frontend, and the frontend can't ship broken code that doesn't work with the backend. So it's pretty much safe. If the backend decided, hey, this value should be nullable, frontend will complain, and the frontend decided to send a mutation or a mutation got outdated and it's missing an input, it will also error out. So everything is caught in the CI, everything can be caught locally. So everybody is free to ship and break as many as they want, and it won't be shipped to production. So we are safe in that way. So I guess you know who said this code. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and especially with types, that's really true, because if something could be null, then it will be at some point. Someone will send you that null and go your way. So I think you know who said this. I think it's TypeScript, probably. Yeah. So let's talk about a few learnings. So I'm just giving you conclusions because we can keep talking hours about each of them. So component structure. We have over 700 components, and they are all applied in single front folder, stacked over each other, and I included a nice video to the stack here. So yeah, it seems hard. However, consider this: we are using Pascal case names. We are using plenty of code. Component names are the order matters. Okay, why we are doing this? It's simple because we don't want to waste time figuring out, does this component belong in this module? Okay, what am I, like, what's the separation here? Am I separating by modules or am I separating by component? Is it component to subcomponent? What if a component, and I think we face this issue a lot, a component proves it's not part of the system, it proves that it can be used in another system. You drag it out of that folder, and then you search your entire code base and keep replacing all your paths. I think that's a nightmare. However, here, I can just rename it, and Visual Studio Code will do it for me. So it's straightforward here. With the tightly coupled component names, I think you can see like some components have 12 words in them. That can be annoying at first. However, it really makes sense because you can pretty much tell what this component is doing and where it is located in the app. If I'm looking at, for example, the message stream in Engineer is dealing with the pipeline that renders messages. It's called message stream. They have to search for message stream, and they will find message stream component, message stream icon component, a message stream text renderer, a message stream image renderer, video renderer, audio renderer, and so on. So they can find everything grouped together. So, and these are not things that we invented. These are actually the official Vue.js style guide. So check them out. Not necessarily the flat structure, but all the stuff about the component naming practices. So let's talk about the composables themselves. The composables, they don't really have the same nature as components because they already can be used anywhere. So we decided to just go with a single level heap for composables and separate things by well, what feature do we belong in? Are we building bots? So if we're building bots, then it can have its own types, it can have its validator module, it can have a trigger module, it can have a manager module, and so on. So I think it's pretty standard, nothing weird there. Now let's talk about the composables themselves. How do we build our composables? Well, most of our composables are, we build them to be black boxes, so that can be used inside components over and over. Here's an example. We have used the conversation stream composable, and that does a lot of things. First, it takes conversation ID, and that can be reactive, or it can be set. We don't care. And then we use another composable inside it called useQuery. Now, that exists in almost every single GraphQL library, via Apollo, URQL, Willis, anything. So that means the data will always be synced to the conversation ID. So it already handles the refetching, it already handles fetching. So, okay, that's done. Then we use a subscription. Subscriptions are like GraphQL real-time implementation. So we use a subscription to watch for messages, keep things updated, keep things fresh, and then stay from being saved. Then we have a couple of functions, load next to previous standard, just for allowing the component that's going to use this to paginate the messages. And then we have a couple of problematic event listeners, because we want this composable to handle everything related to that state. We don't have to worry about fixing it for one component and another component. We just want this to be able to maintain the state on its own. So we have a couple of problematic events. Visibility change, it means use an alt tab from your browser, and that has a few problems. If it's just like for a second, it's not a problem. But the browser will decide to freeze you. That means the user could have missed a lot of messages, and you have no idea about it. Same thing for the online event. The online event, well, this triggers when the user goes offline and back online when the device does it. So you could have missed some messages. So you do the same thing. And you could think that these are stores. They are not stores. They're just functions that return state. They maintain data integrity, and it has absolutely no coupling with the UI. And this is why we build this composable this way. It's almost, we have like 96 files of composables, each export like 15. So we're talking about 1,000 composables. They're all doing the same thing. Fetch data, maintain data, and expose it in exactly the same way. For this example in particular, it's not exactly what we have, it's just a simplified example, but we have three representations of the message stream. We have one in the inbox, we have one in an iframe that's integrated with a third-party service called HubSpot. So that's another component that uses the same function, but it's not the original inbox component. And another one that's in line that we use in the contacts page. So you want to check this contact. Okay, what's the last few messages we chatted with, right? And this is pretty much same composable in every single one of them. So the components are just 5-liners, most of them, and the entire work is mostly done here. The component only has the UI work. So now let's talk about state management, since I touched about it a minute ago. Before, with Vue2 and we used stores, right? You need to share state, you had to use everything. You had to use a store. There was no really, you had no alternative. But with the new, like, entire wave of primitive reactive primitives, you just started with them for a very long time, but all the new frameworks call them now signals. But if you have, like, it's the same thing, it's reactive primitives. Okay, how do I share state? Create reactive primitives, export it. When you component can import it, you just share your state. Straightforward. However, like, this is really easy, it's type safe. Like, why would I need a store here? You get faced with the old issue of unpredictable mutability. Like, well, every component can import it and read it, but any component can read it and write it. That's a problem. This creates unclear ownership. Okay, who owns that state? Who maintains it? Which component maintains it? Is it the very first one that called it, or is it every single component that uses it? This can become a nightmare when you try to debug why the hell my current user got suddenly cleared or something. So now let's move on to one way we can fix this is with provide inject. Now, with provide inject always existed with Vue2, but it wasn't encouraged to use because they were, I would say, reserved for library authors. You had to be a library author to use them because they are really hard to work with because provide is basically you provide a value from a component to all of its children, right? But it's done through an injection key. And that injection key used to get just a string. So it wasn't like you had no idea what you were injecting. But with the composition AI, you have something, a utility type called injection key. And that can be a string, it can be a symbol. I prefer to use symbols because they don't collide with each other, even though they could have the same description. So they are safer to use. So all you have to do now is make your function provide the state, and the consumer components can just inject using that key. It will be typed, so you can really provide the wrong value, and once it's injected, you'll have the right. So everything is type checked as well. So it has a top-down direction, so that fixes the issue of the ownership. The one, which component owns the state? The one that provided it. It's clear, right? But it has few issues in terms of developer experience. And this is something we saw a lot. Like, we are using injections heavily. The entire app is just injecting stuff. But the problem is, we noticed that some of our junior engineers tend to use current user instead of injecting it. They didn't know use current user just provides it. So it should be called only once in the root app component, right? So that hidden implementation detail caused issues for us. It means we are initializing the current user multiple times, and it's unnecessary, and we are not really using the injection feature. So another problem is, okay, let's say they know it's provided. Now they have to look for the key. Now that's another issue, right? And it's just kind of dawned on me, like, why can't they just use current user? It's called use current user. They want to use it. You just give it to them, right? So we thought a few things. There is a tempting proposal here. You could forego all the provided stuff and just go all to the old JavaScript way of a singleton value. So you initialize it once, if it already exists, return it. Pretty cool, right? Like, it's too simple, but yeah, it's kind of how stores work actually. That's very similar to a store, but it's really dangerous to use because of the lifecycle hooks, because of the ownership. Let's say you have a on before unmounted that destroys the value. If the first component that calls use current user is a deep child, then now this owns the state. And if it destroys it for all the subsequent calls. So it's like it's injecting backwards. It's injecting in the opposite direction, which is really, yeah, it's really dangerous. You can't really rely on it. Like all the life cycle hooks will be registered against the original component that called it. So here's another idea. We make the composable self-inject itself. And we can do this by just letting it attempt to inject itself. Well, the composable is already providing the value, right? So the key is accessible, so it can just try to inject it first. And if it exists, return it. If it doesn't, just provide it again. So this is almost a store. It's not a store, again, because it doesn't have this global value. Like it's still adhering to the rules of we are providing this value to all these child components. So it's still possible that you can initialize the same state twice in different components. But that's a safe. I guess it's worth it. It's much easier to use. All the developers have to do is use current user, call it. It will be efficient out of the box. You don't have to worry about anything else. And it hides that injection details from them because it is complete. So how to go nuclear with this? We have a bunch of like global state that we absolutely must use everywhere in our components. So we just initialize them all in one composable, and they also vindicate themselves. So if they decide to call app users anywhere in the app, it will be self-injected. So it won't re-initialize again. So this big composable used in app data is only called in the app view. Only once it just prepares everything for all the child components. So it's guaranteed to inject the same values, it's efficient, it fixes every issue with this. Lifecycle hooks are now registered against the app component, which is also safe. If the app component gets unmounted, well, the no child component can assume them actually. So it's safe. Just quick bits. Lazy loading, like sometimes when you learn about lazy loading, you go nuclear with it, right? You just lazy load every single component you have. Then you learn that you shouldn't do that. Maybe lazy load all the components that the user don't immediately see. Now, there is a slight like issue with this is we noticed that some components have a huge delay because remember that when you lazy load something, it gets split to a bundle. So that means it gets loaded over the network, which is slow, but then it means the execution is also delayed. So if we have a GraphQL request that fires immediately after a component is loaded, it will also be delayed. So right here we have a 1 second delay of the component when it should have been like 800. So you just added 200 milliseconds for no reason, just that you wanna reduce that initial bundle size. Is it worth it? Well, it's not really, it depends on your application. We are not building as an SSR app, we don't really care about the initial bundle size. But we do care about the user perceived slowness. When you click something, it's overwriting. So we kind of are making it like choosing which components to lazy load sparingly. It has to be very unlikely that they will stumble upon this before. Of course, your routes are always lazy loaded, so there's nothing weird. Let's talk quickly about optimization goals. Our optimization goals are slightly weird because we are doing really well in terms of cumulative layout check, which was a huge pain to deal with because we have an inbox. So if one pixel margin does something, the entire thing keeps repeating until it stabilizes. So that caused a huge issue for us. So we kept everything from everything has a height, everything has a limits to how it should extend and how it should. And that pretty much reflected in our scores here in terms of CLS and first simple delay. Our first simple delay is really good. That means once the app is open, they can immediately start doing stuff. This is mostly because it's a SaaS app. It's not an SSR app, so that's just a side effect of this. We noticed that FCP and LCP are too volatile for us to do anything useful with because no two users can see the same thing. They see different conversations, so if the message stream has multiple images, it's slower than another one who's viewing the conversation that doesn't have any images. So it was really volatile for us, but we did find some things that we can do for like persistent queries, state caching. These are something we want to try. We didn't try to do any of these because they are dangerous, but we wanted to try them and maybe we do another talk about how that turns out. Quickly on tests, I would recommend just using Playwright. We wasted a lot of time with unit tests, with integration tests, and it was just annoying because it has very low coverage yield in terms of how much am I testing. And we always have the issue of, you notice how many composables we have, right? You saw how many injectables we have. Well, if you want to unit test this, all of these composables, then we thought, why can't we just run the front and call the API and just work with it? And that's what our end-to-end tests do here. Like they are faster to write, they are easier to manage, and we only have to worry about moving the API request, and we can pretty much test any scenario. So Playwright, we really like Playwright. No particular reason other than it has a great Node.js API, it works great on CI. I think it's better for us than Cypress, so just a recommendation. We use mock service worker for mocking. It's really amazing. So it allows you to test any kind of set, any kind of unit test, or I guess end-to-end test. Is this now an end-to-end test? Well, we do have a backend, you are mocking it. So it's not really an end-to-end test. This is, some people call this contract testing. I don't care. I just want this to look on the time on the front. So let's do that. What I would say is, if you want to invest writing unit tests, do it for your primitive, atomic, and base components, because they are the building blocks in every single thing that you build around the app. So if you want to waste time to achieve that 100% coverage, do it for these components and don't do it for some random page header somewhere, right? Here's an example of an end-to-end test that is sending a message. Sending a message can be, I guess, very complicated, but as you can see, I'm navigating to a page, typing into a box, using just data selectors, and I'm just checking if typing in the message. That's how easy it is. With unit test, you have to worry about, oh, did it emit the right value? Did it get the right value? So it's really important. So that's it. There are, of course, a lot of other learnings, but these are the ones that I put back into this talk. So thank you, and that's it.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The combat system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The combat system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned.
Right. Please welcome Cityjs.
My name is Cityjs. A bit about myself. So I was working as a software engineer for 13 years. So it was 3 years of full stack, 10 years of front-end development, a bit 3D. But the most important thing that I was a big team leader. I was like single developer in the teams, and I was working in big teams in fintech, very big companies, and I also like had a lot of side projects where I was like engineering manager, connecting with clients. And so I have some experience with working in absolutely different environments, with absolutely different culture in the company, and I want to share my experience with you. So today we will talk about some healthy environment in the team, and not really very healthy. So we started with COVID. So when COVID was in our life, it was a bit hard for some people, staying at home, not going to work, especially if you, I don't know, have a lot of kids in the house, it's quite hard to work, or for example, you don't have anyone and it's very hard when you're single, like several months in the house. Then the war started between Russia and Ukraine. It was also very hard for me, for example. And then now we have Palestine, Israel, and it was Armenia, Azerbaijan, so it's crazy war. It's not helping us to be healthy. And then also it was layoffs. So yeah, and it's still actually with us. The companies, they still have layoffs. And actually, at the beginning, all stress situations usually were only here, when deadlines was in like next week, for example, then we had some actually stress before, but now we have much more stress. So consequences of all what happened with us, it's a lot of not good things. Raise your hand if you felt something of them during all this. So good. Teams, yeah, and one word is just stress. And we will talk what we can do with all of that. First thing, what I will suggest you to do, let's take a deep breath together. Because in my experience, when I started to be nervous, deep breathing really helps me just to think a bit more about something, and it really helps in my case. Actually, I even became a diver because of that, because it's really helping. In stress situation, you need to breathe. And that's why I liked it, because in real life, sometimes I keep my breath and like, oh, I'm nervous actually. So, yeah. Then next step, what we can do, self-awareness. It's very important actually, I think even in our personal life, to think about that what you want in this life, what are you in this life, what are you feeling in this life. So it's good to understand. So in some cases, we don't understand, and like no one can help us. For example, our friends don't help, don't want to talk about work or your family problems. Sometimes it happens. Then I would highly recommend to go to psychologist if you have really some bad minds in your head. A lot of my friends go to psychologists. I also work there, so it's not a problem, and it could help. Then, if you don't want to go to psychologist, you can try to handle yourself all of your problems. And I would say that we need to start with decomposition. We need to split all our problems in our life, in work or private, and then look at them piece by piece. But don't look at them very, very close. I mean, don't try to solve each of your problem in a perfect way, because the best is the enemy of good. And if you try to be perfect, you can do nothing. You just will always wait the perfect moment for something, and I don't recommend that. Also, very close to this is over engineering. At our work, quite often we are trying to solve the case with the perfect solution, which could scale for any different situations, but it's not what business wants from us. We need to focus on business requirements, and yes, to think about scalability, but still don't over-engineer. If there is no cases in future with like this, for example, option, then don't think about that. Then refactoring. I think refactoring is very important, but you always need to think it's also some kind of balance. If refactoring really can help you to be more efficient, to have like speed to do something fast at your work later, then yes, you need to sell this refactoring to your manager. But like try to put some, I don't know, numbers or like how much you can be efficient of this refactoring. Because I don't like such a refactoring. When you just do something and business don't see the difference. So if you talk about performance, okay, show them the numbers that it will be like much faster, for example. Then also regarding self-awareness, it's always good to know what you know at your work, what you don't know, and skill matrix can help you. Like what kind of knowledge you, the level of your knowledge on how much deep you know of something. You can also look at this matrix. So here should be some members of the team, here should be some knowledges. And then if you put like how middle or seniority of some knowledge, what can it help you with what? For example, if you see that one person is very senior, but it's only one person in your team who is having some kind of knowledge. a lot of, for example, knowledge, and this person doesn't delegate their responsibilities or something. So I think you're in trouble because people can leave the company and you will be without knowledge. So don't do that. This matrix can help you sometimes even to understand like who is the most important people now, and you need to spread the knowledge between the company, between the team. The second very important thing is self-regulation. So firstly, we understood ourselves, then we try to discipline ourselves somehow. And for this, we have a lot of tools. I think most of you use Jira usually at work. For example, we now use Asana at my company. I use Redmine, Trello in my private life also. They help, but I will tell you later, but okay. Daily. I like daily, but there are just different like campus who like daily, people who don't like daily. You like daily? Raise your hand if you like daily. Okay. Yeah, I got that. So in my experience, firstly, I thought that it's like unnecessary meetings, but once I remember very good example that I was asking like, where my commits, I already finished this task, really guys, I remember I committed it, but there is nothing in the branch. But then one backend developer, I remember that he made some force push. So it was some new feature, and my fix or some important, I think it was fixed. So it was not again in the main branch because of force push. Don't do force push, but this is not about that. So then it can help you to solve problems very fast because you speak about the problem and someone in the team, they know how to help you. But you need to remember regarding Scrum that daily is not a status meeting. You should not say like what you have done yesterday, what are you going to do today. It's not about that. It's about problems which you have now, blockers in your company. That's the most important thing. People don't know about that. They don't go to Scrum course. So regarding Jira,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is this training only for developers or
for managers? Yes, also good question actually. Daily managers they can visit dailies, but it's for developers because we are developers. I mean in the general meaning because it could be designers there, but people who solve like Scrum, it's people who solve the tasks, right? But it's not for checking by manager updates. I know a lot of cases when it's like this, but it's not true about Scrum. So yes, about Jira, it's very important also to check priorities each time because new day in your life, maybe you were laid off and you have new tasks in your life, like update CV. I don't know. So just check your priorities, and I also use boards in my personal life because I have so many tasks. I want to achieve so many things in my life that without board, I just could not keep everything in my head. Because also small note that when you just put everything in notes, in board, in to-do list, I don't know, then you just free your memory, like RAM memory, right? To be creative, to think about something else. Because everything what you wanted to put somewhere, it's already in calendar, in to-do list, everywhere. But your head is free to be creative now. Then also good point about boards, because I like this columns. When I achieve something, it's so satisfying me that I almost don't have imposter syndrome. Maybe only during interviews sometimes because people can be hard. But when you see how many things you achieve, you respect yourself and you can show like everyone, yeah, I'm hero today. There's so many things. So, and yes, for self-management, use calendars, use board, and use to-do. Because for me, for example, I used calendar before a lot, but now calendar is not enough because I have so many things for a day, and sometimes things that are not connected to one day, I can move them to the next day. And when you understand that you overload of your tasks, you also need to say no sometimes. For example, I didn't say no to my colleague who asked me to come to this conference. I came like 2 hours by train from Hamburg now because I'm supposed to get the first Hamburg. But yeah, so sometimes you need to say no because otherwise you can have some problems with your products. If you want to be, even if you're a manager or if you're a developer, QA, it doesn't matter. You sometimes need to say, we don't release some bad products, not very good tested. It was a lot of situation, also Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy, or if you know, it's burned out, yeah. So there are a lot of problems when people don't think about good testing. And now story time. He is my cat Cityjs. So, I have one bad situation with my cat in the beginning of this year. He started to crying to saying to me that something bad, but I didn't get what. It took us 2 weeks to understand after scanning that he had neck hernia in spinal cord. And we did surgery, so everything good now. But my cat is not able to communicate what's going on with him. We thought that it could be otite, it could be tumor in his head. We didn't know, and we were very worried because of not clear situation. The idea that we are people and we can talk with each other. We have tongue, right? So we can speak everyone here. So let's think about social skills. If you have some messages during your work, more than 5 minutes you're speaking with someone. Even, for example, when I start talking with my husband and it takes more than 5 minutes, I prefer to call. Because it's much faster to solve something if you are able to call. At work, we're usually able. And for example, at work, you can like screen share it and you will show what's exactly happening on your environment. It's much better. So just call if you spend a lot of time on messaging. Also, very important thing which I unfortunately don't see in each company, it's one-to-one with your manager. Because if you are a manager, also do one-to-one with your like team members. Why? Because you can understand people better. You can see that maybe they have why they are not efficient. You think. You will think like maybe you need to fire them, but maybe they have very big problems in their families. I don't know. Maybe they divorce or something. I don't know. Now wars happening in a lot of countries. Maybe they have relatives in. You don't know. So just speak with people and try to understand them. And also you need to ask how to grow. And when you speak with your manager, you can say them that I want to grow. So I want to grow in this area or in this. So. And don't forget that all this networking, it helps us find a job, for example, or to learn some new things, to learn other people's experience. That's the most valuable thing. Not like reading manual, but experience from other people, from their personal situations. Next step is empathy. Empathy in development, I would say it's code review. We need to be very, very empathic when we do code review because a lot of people, especially juniors, they are so upset about some senior people reviewing their code and saying some not nice things. Here the link, you can like, look at the later, just Google code review practices. The first, what do you think with the first thing they're saying there? Like the first bullet point. Any ideas?
Don't be Linux tools.
Huh?
Don't try to replicate the Linux tools.
They are
Don't take it personally. Be kind.
Be kind. First thing, be kind. We need to remember that everyone, when we provide feedback for someone, we need to be kind. And then my small recommendation also from Scrum that actually if you have some comments, maybe you don't have good definition of done because person some person didn't know that they need to do it in another way. Maybe you don't have rules just because I also saw it so many times in companies, they don't have rules. I was asking once, like, when we decided to write it in another way, or we decided it on some meeting, but we didn't write it anywhere, so no one knows how to write code in this team. Cool. So, and then also, of course, retrospective is my favorite event. I also do it like in my personal life when I want to conclude something and to decide what I like in my relationship or in my marriage, or what I don't like, what we need to change, otherwise we are not happy in the team, in your life. So retrospection is very good. And the last thing what we need to speak is motivation. After all these bad things happened with us, all this stress, actually there are some benefits of this situation, I would say. And first thing is going out of your comfort zone. It's big boost for you. So stress situation, they're making you to evolve faster sometimes. And it's like evolution actually. When you have some problem, you evolve faster. Then another good point, it's like another side of bad situations, you become more stress resistant. If you survive, after, I don't know, yourself, or you did it alone, or you did it with psychologists, doesn't matter. You survived, you solved the issues in your life, then you will be prepared for next bad things. So, and also what's very important, and I think actually all people need to start with this, that you need to love your job. Not like need, but you need to find something what you love and do it. Because if you don't like what you're doing at your work, or you hate all of the things, maybe it's time to think about another job. For example, me, I switched from 13 years of software engineering to developer relations, and I'm very happy about my position now. So, all things what I explained to you, it's actually emotional intelligence. It's 5 factors of emotional intelligence. It's like not clear sometimes what it is, but it's what it is. You think about yourself, you think about your discipline yourself, and then you can help other people to do the same with their lives. So it's big hard conclusion, but the main idea in the end being positive. So yeah, and thank you.
Jessica, do you have any questions? If not, I think we are ready for our lunch break. Yeah, it's finally time. Yeah, head back to the main room and grab some lunch, and we'll see you a bit later.
Hey. Sorry, I forgot about this. Nice to meet you in person.
I'm gonna go grab some food.
Yeah, I'll just charge stuff.
Okay.
But in here, actually, I was thinking.
No. I'm not for the business.
For the background, you mean what?
For dumping your head, if you would like to use something like water or like gel water, this is better.
They also have. I didn't even know that. We use only for retrospection.
Yes. You can do games, you can do sticky notes.
I will put next time.
Please do. I'm actually because of that. And yeah, treat yourself for some stickers
I
out there as
have
well.
here, yes, but it is mostly for retrospection, for example, when you put something.
It's just a reputation about that, but we are for everything. By the way, we have a presentation distribution as well. You can make presentation as well.
We're even using Miro for tabletop games. So it has a good.
There you go. Yeah, we have a lot of things.
Cool, yeah.
Next time, add it to the presentation, please.
Yeah.
See?
Denk mal, du kannst auch Deutsch, ne? Denk, du kannst auch Deutsch, oder? You can speak German, or?
No.
Ah, okay. Okay. I have the question for the day. It is a problem for You said
That is not the status meeting.
yeah, genau, yes. It's not a status thing. I think
Do you know when the next one will start?
After lunch.
It is sometimes no problem for me.
Okay.
But sometimes it's a problem.
So I just want a recommendation, just don't speak about some boring course like routine. It doesn't matter. We need just call. Doesn't anyone have problems? No. Then someone can speak. If not, that's just 15 minutes. It's like 30, it's not 1 hour.
Yes.
So yeah, discuss on the problem, that's all. Otherwise, you see, if you're manager, you can just look at the board and see like this task in progress or not. Of course, if it's in progress like 1 month, then it could be some problems.
We had a problem because we had our customer today.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
That was not so good.
The customer wants to know updates. There should be another meeting just to show updates. Just maybe with the manager and client should go to them if they have problems and they want to like fast reaction. It could be more efficient if we do not speak about just some boring things.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the CAPA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot from this project.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the CAPA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot from this project.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this.
Okay, and now clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this.
Okay, and now clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
now with some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this.
Okay, and now clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent, I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control, so it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent, I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control, so it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent, I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control, so it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent, I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control, so it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot from Cityjs.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent, I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control, so it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot from Cityjs.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent, I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compact system, the barrier control, so it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot from Cityjs.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we've got a winner. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The compass system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you I think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent, I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to